Тоже отвлекает меня. Так. А, блин, сейчас. Пока так. Теперь буду... Ой, попробую пошаманить, потому что у нас Кенша. Ну. О, нашел. Да, у нас Геншин обычно не ловится. Вообще. Тоже больше не писал. Что ж. Что ж. Так, мне нужно... Я зайду сюда. Потому что я давно не заходила. Потом открою новую локацию. Что-то новенькое. Ух ты ж. Интересно. Цветочки. Красивые. Внутри на наличие. Уже она покупала. Так. О, какие интересные эти. Ну, а потом с этим всем буду разбираться. Так, мне нужно доверие. Что еще? А, это, да, видела. Ну. Ну, я могу. Максимальное количество. Я им не пользуюсь. Все.
Astrologers must rid themselves of material desires. Only by ridding oneself of clutter can one see the true world around them.
Сейчас. Чтобы у меня красные те прошли. Все. Немножко очистились. А это что? Мне надо чистить, я не хочу. Слишком много. Фонтейн. Вот сюда. Мгм. Ого, так близко. Ну, давай узнаем, что там от меня хотят. Так, большая часть стерта. Только зло стерли. Так. Меня это не интересует. Меня это не интересует. Ой. Угу. И опять отмечать придется. Я прошлую локацию не все гидрокулы собрала. А.
One need not scry to know today's weather will be good.
А, все-таки надо было там. Ну ладно. Что-то новенькое. Ты кто? Просто вверх. Спасибо. Судя по всему, там где-то совсем сверху, что ли? Так, сразу отмечаю. То я себя знаю. Ок. Не могу понять, сверху вроде нету. Снизу. Не вижу. А как же потайные входы под водопадом? Где эта классика, которая перестала быть, стала существовать и осталась легендой? Это еще что? Боже. Какие-то волны, активация. Так, 2, 1. Да. И... Соседи еще зашумели такие. Это очень... А, вот нашла. Я тебя нашла. Нет? Да, это был он.
Let me scry.
А что я творю?
Everyone
Вот так
focus.
тебя. Сейчас. И вас всех соединю. Это накидаем. Вот я еще и заморожу. Вот так. Сиди. Не рыпайся. Самостоятельно. Умер. Сфера потенциальной энергии. А его еще перемещать можно? А, это что-то... А, я такого не помню. Это вроде сейчас видели такое. Ну. Что с ней делать? Что с ней делать? Так. Сфера потенциальной энергии. Можешь принимать энергию ксенохромного шаровидного осьминога. Без понятия, что с этим делать.
Delve into destiny.
И... И... Ладно, потом разберусь. Так, парящие цветы. Чё за... Чё за осьминог? Так, возвращаюсь. Вот что нужно было делать.
You could do with some more fortune.
Это все объясняет. О, еще одну. Ой. Ну и что это было? И что это мне это дало? Ладно, иду дальше. Вижу. Где это? Как же у них тут много птиц, всяких разнообразных. Их. Здание на время не очень люблю, ну давай, может, там что-то... Ой, интересное будет. Я сейчас спалюсь. А, далеко, ненадолго. Впечатляет. Что-то новенькое. Пылесосим. Так. Что это было сейчас за... Красиво, конечно. Когда это у нас Геншин подвисал? Никогда. Сколько? 10. 10. О, ё-моё. Сейчас. Отлично. А где все остальные? Еще 3. А, вот они. Что-то новенькое. Так, ты. Так, местечко для фарма вот эти хоть. Ёшки, думаешь. Прости. Так. И попала. Нет, мне нужно собрать, а теперь уже можно и войти. Отличненько. Угу. Так, что у нас еще тут интересного? Ага. Не. Вот сюда. Где я вообще нахожусь? Музыки не хватает. Впечатляет. Впечатляет. И... Так, что там за порт был? Может, в порт пойти? Чисто взглянуть. Так, где тут? Право, налево. Что-то еще было. Ага. Сюда. Лучше сразу еще один. Или нет? А, нет. Казалось. Ладно, пойду по дороге. Так, этот где-то... А, вот ты где. Что-то тогда не сразу появился. Ой. Отметы. Меточка. А и вот тут еще один. Так, а что я собираю? У меня есть пылесос. Пылесос по имени Нахида. Нигде не достает. Я так понимаю, здесь один. М. М. Ага. Ну и ладно. Я могу их? Блин, мне этот все-таки нужен. А как? А как? А, все. Сработал. Так, вот эти вот. О, проход какой. Стой, 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 нам туда не надо. И мне звезды собирать. Так. Там какой-то путь. Ага. К выходу. Ну ладно, пойду туда. Возвращаюсь. То есть надо еще? Ладно, еще не выход. Еще не выход. А вот здесь выход. Это тоже противник?
Don't be scared.
Зайка все за меня работу делает.
Everyone hold hands. You play. You're up.
Ну, ладно. Мгм. М. Нечем его достать. Здесь будет что-то, что поможет. Но не сейчас. Ить. Ну, ой. Так, отметочка. Фоточка. Ой. Так, эту забрали. Ой, мешается. Ой. Да. Я галочки. Угу. Угу. А что у нас там? Угу. Горы. лезьте в ту сторону. Вот в ту. Так что... Смотрите. Потом еще подкорректирую.
Why do so many people make such a big deal out of seeking the Adepti? There's Adepti everywhere, isn't there?
Там где-то, кстати, есть. А! Нет! Нет! Упала. Тут снизу нету. Ясно все с вами. А зачем? Зачем мне это? Ну, красоте. Да там... Так, неинтересного, неинтересного, неинтересно. Ну, неинтересно, неинтересно. Раймонда. А, вот ты где. А зачем мне это? На это добираться? Ну просто залезть наверх и спрыгнуть. Так. Черт, она упадет. Эх. Да, надо. А, почему ты ниже? Кстати, мне нужно подлечиться. И... Ну и не надо с этим париться. Все, ходим. Едем к башне. Идем на край. Я устал. Да. Ну, упс. Обходь. Такая это что? Не назад, не вперед, я застрял. А, я думаю, куда мне? И- А где тут этот? А, догадываюсь. Ну и отличненько так. Ой. Больница. Лицо. Сейчас еще один. Крыть. Угу. А надо ли мне туда? Я так понимаю, к этому меня не подпустят так просто. Ой. Поручение. Пойду сдам поручение.
Add Astra. Thank you for Add Astra.
Так. Набрать. Брать. Все.
Ad astra abyss.
Угу, я это забрала. Ну что ж, попробую выбить. Мгм. Мгм. Надеюсь, новенькая. Нет, нет, нет. Ну, неплохо, на самом деле. Созвездие открывать. Да, ёшкина машина, что мне дадут сразу отметить. Пропустить. Да вы издеваетесь. Да как так? О, наконец. Для галочки. Сейчас еще куплю. Ну и все. Закончилось.
Divination.
Дополнительный электроурон. Неплохо.
Is about precisely foretelling one's.
Так, и новое у меня. Вот так вот нужно.
What is
Повышаю, потому что... Ну, еще один катализатор, это слишком. Мгм.
destiny? Over embellishing that fate only leads to misconception.
Ничего. Мгм. Мгм. Страховка заканчивается.
Divination.
Что я могу? Так, этого не было. И где может быть проход? Не тут. Это можно сделать вот так. Мгм. Мгм. А вот и проход. М. Ща. Давай.
Come with me.
Так, я не знаю, кто это. О,
I see everything. Share my knowledge. Access denied. Blaze over. Hey,
где он? Ах ты гад.
this way through the living.
Ой, правда наносит.
Bro.
Ну, это ж прекрасно.
I'm a little low on energy. Born of ice and frost.
Они убили Кьюи.
To ashes!
I see everything. Yeah. Make yourselves at home.
Сейчас. Вот так.
This way through the living. No touching. Access denied.
Ой.
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom. Committed to memory. Ah!
Ну, бей. Да ёшки.
Stay put. This way through the living. No touching. Next on the agenda. Sharing my knowledge.
Power that ended Python!
Don't be scared. Access denied. Hey.
Блин.
Everyone hold hands. You, Blade, you're up.
Блин, я хотела огонь использовать. Угу. Что мне дали? О. Гидротуль. Гидротульпа. Ну, такой легенький босс. О, отлично стоим. Ну нет, только не прыгуни. Неужели нельзя было кого-нибудь из здешних взять? Понятно.
Strike a pose. Let the world collide. Stop that.
Она что тратит?
Time to shine. Shower me with praise.
А как я вылечилась? Ой. Так, я сидела так. Тратить здоровье всех остальных.
Let the world collide. Let my name echo in song. Shower me with praise.
О,
Let the world collide. Strike a pose.
интересно.
Let's call a ceasefire. Time to shine. I'm going in. Why do they never miss?
Ладно, я сильно не расстроюсь, если я не получу. Что-то она какая-то странная. Одиночная. Таланты. Заряжена. Алекс, цвета не попробовала. Не, 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 Не понимаю с этой Уси ничего. Так. Как менять ее тип? Архе. М. М. Сейчас еще раз. Фурина может использоваться и заряжена атаки, чтобы изменить расу. Ага. То есть нужно... Ага. Попробуй так. А толку? А это зачем тогда? И...
How dare you!
Gotta dash. Ninjutsu.
Let the world come alive!
Ой. Я зажала по привычке.
How brilliant! Teamwork is dreamwork! The show begins! Let my name echo in song!
Ой.
How dare you! Time to shine! Shower me with praise! Let the world come alive!
Мгм.
Everybody stand back!
Come on out. Nice and spicy. You're toast.
Stop that! Let my name echo in song!
Мгм. Ой, я не туда, господи, что я творю? Иди. Ай, сама начала. Да ладно, я немножко поняла, как она работает. Все равно.
Ridiculous scene. Don't be such a brute. Come a little closer.
Так, надо вот так вот.
Mind the side effects.
Rain cutter. You're in for a little.
Taking a turn for the better. A bitter pill to swallow.
Вот так вот. Он. И бутончики, бутончики. Бутончики.
Try not to enjoy this too much. Rain outlines your fate. Let me.
Ну, что ты там устроился? Ненавижу эти, когда площадь останавливается минимальная.
Health comes first.
Know my sword. Witness the power of good. Let's spark things.
Какие звуки. Так, окинуть. Получить. Не важно. Хотя посмотреть, как она работает, что ли. Ага, ясненько.
Rain outlines your
Ну
fate.
что за отсутствие лечения?
Rain cutter.
Say cheese.
Ой.
Hard-hitting exclusive.
О, это мощно.
Going under. Frost is coming.
А где? Господи, последний. Один удар.
Witness the power of good.
I'll protect us. Breaking news.
Не хватило одного.
Commencing cleanup. Frost is coming. Getting gear. Pair. Getting gear. Frost is
Это
coming.
напоминает немножко Дехи. Так, это мы получением. А можно отряд посмотреть, какой предлагает к этой? Ладно, попробую так. Мне все равно для улучшения оружия нужны эти кристальчики. Ну стандартная. Непривычная на самом деле. Я предпочитаю немножко другое.
Oz, reveal thyself. Enhanced animal module 75. Don't bring
Ай,
my
ты
glasses.
ёшкина мышь. Переключись. Переключись.
Eyes on me.
Че ругается такая?
Stand clear.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave. Power that ended Haishan.
Swirl. Mark 2.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my sword.
Wings of darkness.
Ой.
Sever night from day. Animal test 60.
Eyes on me.
Ну ладно, пока там ударит. Здесь же нет этой, как у меня, меча. Нет. Покажи мне, что у них. Что здесь за оружие? Я так понимаю, та, которая... Да, откат. Неплохой, кстати, для нее вариант. У меня есть такая книжка? Церемониальные мемуары. Она сейчас здесь. Мне просто сейчас пихнуть ее некуда. Это почему? Ну, вот эти два можно поменять, по идее. Или вправду ей дать. Да. Так, детали. Быстро сменить. Пока что. Ей больше подходит. А нет. Вот это детали. Сменить. Что у меня в моей этой рыбке? А. Ну да, ладно.
Don't put off until tomorrow what you
Угу.
can do today. Come on.
Что у меня там творится? Ну, сначала нужно закончить.
Get a move on.
Меняют ряд.
This is how it must. Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life.
Так, вязание. Я буду вязать.
Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day. We're supposed to leave the fortress of Mirapede.
Мы такие стыдим ходим. Освободи, мы должны выйти, а мы сами такие выходим. Да-да. Эх, я даже не успела чуть-чуть повидать. Даже одну петельку захватить. Я так понимаю, мне туда.
Scry the sky.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Yep. Yep. Phew. Tup, 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 tup.
Your Grace?
Ваша
Ah,
светлость.
good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened. By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Почему я должна
Paimon feels
отвечать
fond of
что-то?
this place now.
Там болтайте без
Then
меня.
be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too? Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us to come here, we should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your
Блин, а эта
regards will
девчонка
do,
когда
no?
будет?
Hmm.
Она же
I
будет?
believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Все. Просто телепортируемся. Никаких выходов. Ой, господи, мне рука болит. Просто красная.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Зачем меня туда отправляли, если все здесь скрипт сработал?
It's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Excuse me, would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in. Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have
Почему
something to
эти
drink, let the Melusine
фонтейнцы
outside know.
такие дружелюбные?
Very well, then.
Про Ризли не
Over there
Валетта.
while we wait for him to finish his work.
Слишком дружелюбны оба. Слишком заботливые.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tevat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an
Не
alarming rate.
Poisson.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Надо, кстати, приготовить
Fortunately,
патиссон.
the water levels only rose for a short
Нам
period
дали
of time
патиссоны.
and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I've finished things here.
Я-
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Я вижу, я вижу. Так, а куда меня отправили? А, Пуассон. Пуассон меня отправили. А, летная лицензия. Господи. Я такая, летняя лицензия. Что?
Whoa, what happened here?
О. О. Это я не ожидала.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still. Jaima means we need to check on her.
Эй, черт. Эй, дайте хотя бы 2 петельки сделать, чтобы мне тут все не разлетелось. Так, где? Куда? О, человек.
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
А я увидела.
Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Чё? У него что, нет лица?
On the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
А, нет,
All right.
показалось.
Just hurry.
М.
I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Не то шея такие, посмотрим это. Ой. Ты поняла, там ребенок умер? Эх. Не дали долететь.
Navia, she's over there.
Мы сверху были. вообще-то.
Hey, Navia, are you okay?
Что-то не занято. А подойти поближе. Издалека так. Не очень говорить, наверное.
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right, you'll be in charge. I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a
Чё?
loud
А чё
noise.
со звуком?
At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded
Не
in the water.
слышно.
started pouring out from everywhere. The rush
Да
of
вы
water
издеваетесь.
seemed a little
О,
odd, almost like the unique
погромче
color
стало.
of primordial
Я ничего не
seawater.
трогала.
Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape.
Там дети умерли.
As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula
Если что, я
initiated rescue
английский
operations as
английский
quickly as
слышу.
possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening
У
indeed.
меня тут ошибочка была.
I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Так.
Thank you for being so willing to help.
Любой
in a moment of
вариант.
crisis like this.
Ничего,
You
ни
don't
на
know
что
how
нам
much it
не
means to
влияет. Так.
I really can't express how grateful I am.
Так, опять что-то говорит? Нет. Нет.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
А, блин. Ой, и эти тоже двое.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance. Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Опять куда-то отправили. Так, сейчас. Я почти закончила ряд. Теплинский. Я не время. Я не время. Нужно просто сидеть по 3 часа на каждую неделю. Так. Ну, куда мне? Кстати, что у меня по Блински? Недостаточно. Сколько там нужно? 30 или 35? Угу.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted.
Вообще странно, если много народу на кладбище.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
В смысле, what's wrong?
Sorry.
Реймонд, блин.
I just...
Ну столько людей потеряла. Она такая, да что? А что, почему?
They won't ever come back here again.
Что случилось?
What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Molюсь and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
Вино?
I can understand.
Там что-то было про вино?
Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious.
Что-то
That way,
большие
we'll save us
паузы
both the
слишком.
trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's
Местами.
grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Molюсь and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Да блин.
Thank you. right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Julianne, Esson, as well as Melus and Silver. So, everyone else is safe,
Что?
but still.
It's okay. I know what you're thinking.
Пайман. Вообще. Безжалостная.
We lost Melus and Silver.
Не так уж плохо.
We were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Melus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
О боже, а. А.
The knave? What are you doing here?
Ah, is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission.
А, они
according to your
связаны?
request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations
Я
to act
слышал, что
forcefully,
Арлекина тоже
whether they're
из
doing good
Фонтейны,
or
то есть
ill.
она тоже может
You've
помереть
witnessed that
потом
firsthand, in any case.
от воды.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Molюсь and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Melus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia.
Болтайте, болтайте дальше.
Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say
Пока
that
вижу.
prophecies represent fate.
Неплохо так.
Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Thé. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use
Чё,
when
какой...
necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Maripede's sluice gate, and this time, indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson.
Руины.
The ruins date back to ancient times and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So, that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you. Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh, that somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
The intel I
Happy?
just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands.
Как у
As
меня
my
рука
father's
чешется.
successor, I must live up to the
У
hopes he
меня
had.
ожог на руке.
Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Молюсь and Silver.
Слишком большой.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, Traveler?
Так, отправимся.
The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Сейчас. Я вижу. Эй. Очередной гамак для крыс. Так, что у меня там отмечено? Оу. Откуда это взялось? Этого не было. Заряжен. Заряжено это вроде вода и электричество. Угу. Вот это хорошо подойдет. Ясно все с вами. Тогда вот так. Я бы взяла какую-нибудь. Кукоми. Что они там намудрили? Что это такое?
Emerge. By royal decree.
Блин, пока он это заряжет, конечно. Что-то я не думаю, что у нас заряжен. Вот это нужно было использовать. Ой, это мне надо. Нет, это мне надо. Так, чтобы это активировать, нужно 3 остальных. Не обязательно. Ну, я все равно воспользуюсь.
Show them. Emerge.
Да господи, оставь своего ворона. Зря. Так, никого лечить не надо. Идем дальше. Так.
Right here. Right now. Emerge.
Как же долго он заряжается. Слишком легко. Я и Мика у меня, к сожалению, нет. Тинки руку так расчешу скоро. Так.
Come on out. Right here.
Ау.
By royal decree.
Давай это. Теперь. Блин, ты. Ой. Помираем. А как я умудрилась подлечиться? Этот момент я пропустила.
I'm always watching.
Ой.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Where do you think you're Fräulein?
Умерла? Ну ладно. Стой.
Emerge.
Как мы заряжать их будем? Ой.
Finally, some target practice.
Silence! Take that! Justice is
Ow.
blindsided.
Come on out. Ninjutsu. Show them.
Bow your head.
Where do you think you're going?
Let the mighty be humble. Settle down.
Come on out.
No.
О, 72, отлично. Как это надо было? 30? Я старалась. Хотелось, правда, отвлекаться на это. Да. Ой. 5 дней. Да господи, ой. Так, а я могу еще помолиться? Да, могу. О. Дубликат. Ой, я могу купить. Ясное дело. Где это? Может быть, когда-нибудь я и воспользуюсь. Пока не вижу смысла.
Scry the sky.
И куда мне? Сюда? Вижу.
Destiny cannot
Опс.
be denied. The ruins beneath the
Она умерла.
They seem to be pretty ancient already.
Let's go in and have.
Just be careful.
Черт. Ну ладно. Ай, выпей смузи. Сейчас. Вот так. Хотя бы. Всё. Так, саму йо-йо тоже нужно подвлечь. Давай еще ей. И подлечись. Все. Ниже рекомендуемого. No. Ладно. Ничего страшного. Нет никаких рекомендаций. Да блин. Да все отлично, я только насчет не уверена. Да не, пусть будет. пусть так и останется. Надо будет прокачать Яо и Мону. У меня ж Мона там не докачана, да? Да, почему-то. Из-за этого.
Uglay, you're up!
Shadows of fate.
Don't be scared! I see everything!
Всё. Не точно.
Watch it! The floor
Не
here
точно. И...
Delved into destiny.
Все. Сундук. Еще не пропустила. Сундук, сундук.
This place has also been contaminated
Так,
by
они снова
primordial
болтают, я,
seawater.
значит, продолжаю
Yeah,
вязать.
and a lot of it too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they fell in.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get by my wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
Useless.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end. Let's try climbing over from the side.
То есть нам туда нельзя тоже. Чисто на всякий. Так отмечено. Как обычно в играх отмечают самые места. Ну, нет, не взаимодействие. Башенка.
Wait, there's something wrong with this bridge.
Эй, эй,
Run,
нет! Мода для этого, конечно, не шибко подходит. Так, давай накидай тогда. И хотя бы прыгать можно. Так. О. О, я видела этот момент. Что, мы ее потеряли? То есть мы их всех вернем? Они не умерли? Нет?
Demoiselle.
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Molюсь.
Oh. Was I?
Yes, it would appear.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible.
Oh, right. It must have slipped my mind when this is a familiar.
Is something the matter, demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with.
We were headed to...
Да нам не интересно.
Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Молюсь. And Mr. Silver, too.
How have you been?
Ладно, я сюда пойду пока. Вижу.
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Ah, did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Molюсь, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
А что такое?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial?
Ну, процесс.
Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Мгм.
Look, it's Navia! She's here!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville,
Дезире все-таки не ребенок.
Essen.
Думала, это
Why
ребенок.
are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely
Почему надо?
correct. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one of us.
Так получается
We
иногда.
are inseparable.
Это
We
понимаю.
are one big
Что
family, all
сменила?
of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you.
Ну, я обычно
Therefore,
где-то 3
this
часа
fair and honorable
стримлю.
court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here.
А чё в прошлый раз
You will
было?
be together with us forever.
Ну, бывает.
What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have
Кстати,
indeed
как
done a
мне
lot
тебя
for my
называть?
hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
Я не знаю уже, как тебя назвать. У меня и так плохая память, я и так забываю
I
периодически.
know all these people. Why are they laughing?
Так.
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This
Елена.
isn't right!
Melluce?
What was that, Mr. Molюсь? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Ну, можешь потом дать тебе какую-нибудь кличку,
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady.
чтоб мне это...
Mr. Swanfield, you only know of Navia's
Домой не
goodness, but
путаться.
nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death
Ну-ка,
of Master
потому что
Callus
что?
couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as
Опять
proof that
что-то
she
не так сказала.
identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as
Я
being
сказала, могу
otherwise.
потом кличку дать.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here.
Чтоб не
This
путаться.
is the nation of justice, the nation
Ну, не
of Hydro.
сейчас.
Even
Сейчас в
if Miss
смысле нет.
Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
О, боже.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said,
Stop
we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head. It hurts.
Demoiselle,
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning.
Рука болит. И все. Молчание.
Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier.
Ну, вроде как детей там не было, уже радует.
I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
don't be afraid. And don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all. Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Molюсь and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
О, он откуда тут?
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Решил прыгнуть в воду?
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Molюсь.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized this shall be our last goodbye.
Molюсь...
Ну,
Quickly,
их
you
тоже
must
уже
come
не
now.
спасти.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake.
Он все-таки пришел.
I must have been dreaming. Molюсь and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
Так. Значит, остаренные люди превращаются в океанидов. Раньше не могла понять, это уже видели.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Я бы не сказала, что это прям смерть в таком случае.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so. Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing head nurse.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then.
Господи, Паймон заставляет его разговаривать. Но не хочет. Отлично.
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate.
Thank you.
They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
Так.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again.
Так, продолжаем идти. Теперь башенка.
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Born of ice and frost. Let me scry.
Вот так. Ладно. Наверное, так лучше будет. И
Written in the stars.
намочить все вокруг.
Delved into death.
This might hurt a little. You play!
No touching.
Ну, давай еще чуть-чуть. Такой кого-то спать лег.
Oh no.
О,
Another
нет, нет, нет,
unstable
нет, нет,
path.
нет, нет. Хорошо, что мы не на Моне. И это тоже. Ой. И вверх, вверх, вверх. Нет, нет, нет.
Next on the agenda.
Боже, какие сидят деловые. Ты ешь, конечно.
Stay put.
Ну так,
Access denied.
ну так. Ой,
I'm just way out of practice.
ну так. Избиваем. Избиваем, а все у всех избили. И подлечили. Ой-ой. А! Давай, давай, давай. Ой, нет, 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 стой. Отдохни. Рука чешется. Да. Хоть.
Sorry, Master.
Она совсем умерла. Серьезно. До этого нормально падала.
Don't be scared.
Ну, лечись. Чё? Тихо. Да ёшкина мышь. Переборщили. Тормозной путь не ушли. Давай вверх. Все, молодец.
We're almost at the top. Keep it up.
Бежим. Бежим. Эй. Сундук. Всё. Еще одну такую пробежку не выдержу.
Make yourselves at home.
Decided by destiny. Let me scribe. For Rex Lapis.
Stay put.
Давай, давай, еще одну. Эй.
Born of ice and frost. Shadows of fate.
Так.
Commit it to memory.
И
Don't get it,
починиться. Полечить. М. Да. Лети. Так, туда. Да, знаете, что впереди? Это
Looks like
знаем.
we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Ну, опять рисунки.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
То есть их не смущает, там же четко видно, что
There are
нарисовано.
4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same.
Celestia.
She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Furina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her.
О, какие у него способности.
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Я надеялась на
Don't blame
больше.
yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of
Мне
weird
кажется,
when you
самое
look at
жуткое
them
здесь это плач в
together.
фонтане.
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
Что?
And yet the order is reversed here.
В смысле нарушено?
If we go by timing, Lady Furina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here
Ну, в
does
смысле,
match
на
the
третьем все
records.
погружаются в воду, на четвертом она остается одна. Что-то логично.
As if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Furina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing
Так.
else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Мгм. Отлично. Сундук. А как они выберутся, где логичный выход? Не будем устраивать логичный выход наружу. Просто телепортируемся.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina.
You still have energy for that now?
Такие ходили по этому всему. Ой, выхода нет, нужно его найти.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today.
Такие нашли картинку. А, ну все, ну пора. Да, заканчивай. Пойдем в Фурине. Идем в Фурине. Идем спрашивать.
Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve.
Устроен допрос. Да черт. Не устроен допрос.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too!
Какая же Пайман.
Ooh, desserts! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened
Там
today.
траур, а Пайман радуется.
Oh, that voice.
Мона?
Is that who?
В таком месте.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
А чё она в этом другом костюмчике?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you.
Ну
Quite
так,
unexpectedly, if
ничего
I
себе
might add.
гуляла. Там город в
Why did you
другом
think I
месте
was from
вообще.
Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Да уж.
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbaloth Trismegistus.
Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is,
Да,
in
трижды.
plain speech, the thrice as great scholar of the stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Слушай,
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually.
А за что её
but when she took
ненавидеть?
me in, she
Пайман
changed
это
her name
Пайман.
to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak,
Так.
which makes it about the same as a
Режи прожорливая.
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dornman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Ну, в этот раз мы поняли, что она еще и
Of that, I'm
не
sure
умеет
you're aware that a bunch
сочувствовать.
of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
Так.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you think of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an
Ну, с Ито у них,
astrologist.
конечно, особые
This prophecy concerns the
отношения.
fate of Fontaine, even that of Ultivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a
Просто она видит в Ито свои собственные проблемы из этого.
prophecy is so huge
И
and
это
powerful.
сильнее
It must
раздражает.
surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues
О,
of hers
наконец-то
who could do something
потихоньку
similar.
к шабашу приближаемся.
Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes,
Ой.
your praises are quite
Ой,
welcome.
у меня ошибочка пошла.
Greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the stars the best.
Indeed, indeed. That's the spirit.
Петельки,
Oh,
петельки.
sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need,
Завтра
do
думаю
not
вязать
hesitate to
на
inform
стриме.
Despina di Rosula.
Имею в виду.
Whoops.
Смотреть
Oh, yes,
видосики и
we were
вязать.
getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you. That's more like it.
Так.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler. We agreed to go see Neuvillette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Так. Да, кабинет не вылетал. Да что ты. Блин, я надеялась, что это откроется, как это в меру было. И в бок. Извиняюсь, правой рукой не очень удобно.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Furina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
А ей этот список что-то
You
даст?
mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson.
Понять
Do you know
масштаб.
anything about those?
Может быть. Она просто так внимательно читала имена, как будто имена ей что-то дадут.
court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been
Нет,
4
это
slates,
знакомо.
but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The
Что она не
second of these
выглядит как
slates
та, у
depicts the
которых
previous Hydro
много
Archon
знакомых.
Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Furina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters.
Какие
There are
паузы.
several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Конечно, он же
Well, since you know about my
дракон,
secret investigations,
который вроде как
then you
должен
should know I'm actually
помогать
working to take care of
Архонту.
it.
There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Furina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Furina didn't even realize we were here.
Так.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis.
Да господи, еще что-то.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Ой. Не там.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Furina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information... But who will lend us their aid?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Господи, его-то спрашивают.
No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become
Где это они
as
вообще
somber as it
тусуются?
is in court.
А,
Well
поняла.
then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Аплодисменты.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Boss.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady.
А, уже почти 3 часа
Exactly the
прошло.
kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
Зачем нам
What
охота?
about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I
Да
fear
вообще
I
не о
do
том
not have
пошло.
any related
Сейчас тут
experience.
охота.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Так. Ничего не понимаю. Сейчас. Я хочу довязать ряд. Так, куда мне там надо? Все, довязываю ряд. Слишком быстро. Это было слишком быстро. Телепорт. Ёшки. Нет.
Divination is about precisely
Сейчас.
foretelling one's written destiny. Over-embellishing that fate only leads to misconception.
Ай. Задеваю.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been... Hyman didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Hyman thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Remine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but, well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you?
Ай, мажок, ну Ракеси хуже и хуже становится. Вроде несколько дней, а только сейчас краснеть начал и еще и горячий.
Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying
Похоже
anything
на
till now.
Лиюля.
Aw, have you forgotten me already?
Кто?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
Чё? Я такого не
The
помню.
voice from the sky, Huh. You're feeling lost now. Just as... Consider me a passerby. The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen. This was good tea, by the way.
The voice.
Видимо, Энн. Я не помню ее. Что-то как-то быстро, я не успела даже прочесть, что там было.
Paimon hears someone talking. All right, Kami. Hey, it's you.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively band. Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to
Я знаю, что за журналистка.
Why, yes, it was sharp. I'm in
Как
full
тесен
support of her
мир.
view. Prophecies are very...
That's right!
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed, huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the gods gave...
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direct, but I've never met her.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But
their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you
Well, it's not like
Yes, she was quite cryptic. Perhaps
Я
it is
хочу
something that you
спать.
can...
Сегодня еще идти в школу.
Oh, we're fine.
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has often... But even so, perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. I did originally
Не
think...
хочу никуда идти.
You do have a point.
Так всю неделю куда-то приходится
There,
идти.
it was worth trying to comfort you, even if I suppose that might...
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like
О
to
боже,
walk by.
где? Наверх, наверное. Да. Она отсюда будет удобнее. Поплыли.
Huh? Our name? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer emperor with their white fairy, legends trailing in their... So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery, journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Huh. Charlotte took so... She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything. Ugh,
Неважно. Неважно. Дальше.
We're here! Paimon...
Сейчас я буду голодный.
Hey, quick! Look! That's
Что?
the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all! Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right.
Wait!
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Тягушки.
Usually every day.
Every day?
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work.
Что
Then
такое?
what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to...
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but...
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if... No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do...
Что?
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have these 2 slices are for you? Sijuin said that this kind of expression...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do.
Так они все друг друга
She
знают.
said that I've got something else to do, so...
Боже. Они же связаны.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon... It's more delicious than last time. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious.
Теперь мне хочется лаймовый тортик приготовить.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Надо будет шарлотку приготовить. Там у нас яблоки. Лежат.
If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make...
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Puss. It's all right, though. I've set aside...
Really?
Well, you're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon.
Oh, Paimon knows you're...
Still, what brings you here?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought it...
I see. So she mentioned me? What is...
She said that you're a...
Nice. In which...
Huh?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like...
Yeah, are we?
Why not? If I...
Oh.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! Ooh, so much to get...
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If... Just for example...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means, from what I've seen, so in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that. Just think about it. If this nation... And then do you know what I'd do? I'd write that... I'm not a dreamer. No, but anyway...
Хватит болтать. Я уже хочу писать.
So nice.
А я столько болтаю, хочу поскорее закончить этот квест. Я его закончила? Нет, вряд ли. Просто такой звук был, как будто все.
And scenery can be a pretty soothing Paimon's been thinking.
Что?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all... No, Paimon should...
Сколько я его делаю? Час?
We've always been moving
Больше?
to the next You mean... Still travel? Huh.
Так и так было темно. Следующие несколько дней. Все хорошо.
Feels like it'll grow more, but it's still better than the fort.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before.
Что?
I heard that
Что?
afterward you went to the fortress of
Что за
Merylby.
знак?
Not at all. I'm, yes, inside the
Ну,
opera
если меня
house.
не было видно.
The Maréchaussée fan.
A riot?
Странный
Well,
знак.
that said, Lady Furina was watching a performance at the opera house, and while she was resting during an intermission, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Furina.
I agree.
Когда мы уже разберем тут
After that, is Furina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of
механизм
control, and that
правосудия?
their argument was point, the Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining.
So, you mean she...
That's right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched men. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of right good. Monsieur...
Don't worry, this is...
Is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Furina, and as we also know, she may be... When Nervalet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about... It would be hard for her to ignore being a... Paimon thinks Furina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson. Huh! Well, what do you think? In that case, there's no...
Будет тут.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation.
Оно так изначально
Could
выглядит.
Furina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Если могу упасть. Идти. Все. Ладно.
That's Furina, right over there.
What was meant to happen, I'm sorry. I am so... Give up. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Who's that?
Don't worry, Furina. Furina, you were crying to...
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were?
Как же она бесит.
They even dare to tout their Archon!
Что она, что это, капец. Лучница на фе.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over
Фурину.
there! Quick, after her!
Furina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just... That's against the rules.
Фиши, вот.
Furina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her.
Она бесит еще больше, чем Фишель.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Furina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted.
Да уж, там было нестыковочка текстур, фрагментов. Фигур. Остановись, кулочка.
No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they display. You're right. That's a good girl. What's happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, did it?
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nevertheless made some emergency.
Yeah. I met the people of Poisson. It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for... I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold... But all my efforts proved to be... We cannot make an enemy of the divine, no matter what... Give up. Indeed. I thought about giving up so many... Fate is really unreasonable, but just now... It all became clear
Почему
to me.
фонтейнцы не могут просто
I still
уехать?
don't have the right as long as the final moment hasn't come. Don't worry. Well, that's enough for now. Don't take any of what I just said seriously.
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were...
Share that's impossible. It was fated. A witness. And if Tevat is in its entirety a show.
Ну, я могу повязать пока. Чё? Заманили в ловушку.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the
Конечно, у них так
dramatic stakes.
в духе-ахе.
Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Дуэль? Серьезно?
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Я думала, для дуэли у них есть другое место.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Все, остались без
What
архонта.
is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Oh, now we're making history.
Нормально.
Furina just took over the whole thing. Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Блин, опять придется думать. Опять эти облачки. Просто понажимаю все подряд.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
А почему?
We did do a lot of prep after
Может
the
быть.
meeting that day.
Зачем он еще нужен? Но вначале от нее был смысл только то, что она показывала это, что и как делать, а потом от нее смысла просто нет. Она просто существует.
Most of the people who
Как-то
participated
ее
in the
нужно
disturbance
тянуть.
this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may
Гигантского
personally
шабьёчка.
participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
And that's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Furina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
Мне кажется, есть разница между землетрясением и транспортировкой.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also so that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived on.
Нет.
It's fine. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience.
Давайте уже
Let's see
заканчиваем.
this trial through.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this. This is a document that.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here. Oh, let Paimon see.
Эксклюзивное интервью.
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of every. So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something. Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Сейчас будет все напоминать.
You defeated the Hydro Archon. This is the first time a Fatui the fortress. According to Miss, I nearly lost my awesome friend. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch.
Но здесь по-другому я
Truly
написали.
understood when something surreal happens to you.
И
The words of someone as extraordinary.
что?
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come. Just fast forward to the part where the. Of course. It is only natural.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct instead. I would like to charge
Какая
you
редко
as a
слышать ее
fraud
голос.
who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Furina. Lady Furina.
I plead not. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Furina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine.
Yeah. Even though Lady Furina can be rather eccentric.
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either.
Но на картинках же было именно она.
I have cause to believe that
Именно
common
Архонта
sense
станет
will
последним.
prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to. If you wish to drop the case, I can.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh?
We have. Well, I tried. And if I was not the
Ну, дед. Ну, дед Архонт. Ну, там же они просто думали, что Архонт это дракон. Так, что? Возьму это.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to
Без понятия, что делает Архонт. Это к самому. Ну, просто они сильнее. Должны следить за порядком. О.
A curse. I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Дрочить. Так.
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference
Ну, вообще,
between a
архонты
human
тут
and a god is
боги.
the possession of authority.
Например,
Gods can do what humans cannot.
Хевенти — это Барбарос. Он был просто силой, который принял форму человека, который умер там, где-то там,
One need only to turn
на
their
войне.
eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house.
Так. Что? Не является хозяйкой Оратриса.
You tried to reference the Oratrice. But weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without it?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time?
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current while the court is in session, the principles of justice in the you will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all...
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority.
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. You can't argue that just because a
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof.
My power as an Archon.
If that poses a concern, I'm
you don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons do. Thus did I give up all of my
У меня нет силы воды сейчас.
everyone with energy.
Isn't that?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power...
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't. I'm still the same Furina you knew, please.
If what the prosecutor said is true...
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if you have no evidence.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Что она не является... Фурина человек. Так. Вряд ли. Она что-то есть, доказывает, что она человек. Да. Ну пускай это будет, я не знаю, тут ничего не подходит.
That doesn't sound right.
Вряд ли. Ничего не подходит.
That doesn't sound right.
Это не связано. Да ничего. Последняя. Серьезно?
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use.
Miss Navi,
Ага, они хотят ее
please apply to serve as a
растворить.
temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Так не факт, что она
Sorry,
отсюда.
Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone,
А если она не
including
с
those of some
Фонтейна,
Miss Furina,
она
if
все
you
равно не
dare to
растворится.
touch some- if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Arcot, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you, I do hope you'll act prudently and shoot
Navia from the...
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the...
Если она старше всех, то, возможно, она пришла сюда из другого места.
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the...
Well, of course he had to tell her that.
She's just staring at the...
What's going on? Is
Due to the inherent risk of the...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! Will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward.
Siege, don't be nervous. It'll just take a few... That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furino was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation. She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as up.
Thank you, Miss Siegewin. Lady Furina, you may return to the defense deck.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved.
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did, however, after extensive discussion, we
Решили
exchanged for a
раствор.
sample that is not we don't want anyone else to lose.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furino, it's a great thing.
Там все равно не видно, есть что-то или нет.
Listen to me, everyone. Please think about it.
Господи, заканчивайте этот фарс. Но...
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your art.
Они ж под Селестией, им все равно нужен, чтобы был Архонт.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon just...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end.
Mhm.
If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
И...
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's too stacked against her now.
Ну, садись на трон и поплачь. Будет как в
In my
пророчестве.
capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is... guilty.
Ей, мы выполнили пророчество.
We shall now turn to the oratrice. According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal.
Ну,
What's wrong?
опять что-то не так.
The oratrice's verdict?
No, the oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
Так все правильно.
The exact wording of the verdict is thus: to be punished via
Смертной казни.
death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very...
Furina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current... Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the Orange case. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed.
Да.
Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that... But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately...
Теперь будем разбираться, Архонт или не Архонт, еще сильнее. Кого казнил?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still...
Fremine! You finally made it.
Any mission...
Так, каменную плиту.
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for...
I looked everywhere, and finally... But has the trial already concluded?
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine.
Немножко
Please allow me
напоминает
to review the
Барбаросса.
record left. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm their
Да.
contents.
Но была теория, что это такая же кукла, как у Электрохорнта была.
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime.
Ну, это прошлый Гидрохорд. Это нет ничего удивительного. Они уже встречали моменты, когда один Архонт заменял другого.
already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kind of talking about?
Тем более мы уже встречали истории про смерть
Everything that you've
Гидрохорнта,
encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be
предыдущего
traced back to the contents of
Сумеру.
these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently...
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other three.
Я даже не кукла. Ну вот сейчас, может, поймем?
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show
Предыдущий Архонт превращает акинидов в людей.
and then the Oceanids turned into
Закрутила.
humans. Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids?
В смысле, подумать не могла. Мне кажется, это было очевидно,
If Oceanids can turn into humans, then
когда была речь о том, что люди из воды.
the second stone slate shows
Так.
Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens, this must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the
Ну, значит, преступление, что Архон сделал себе людей.
slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people.
Ну, то, что сейчас происходит.
That reminds Paimon, didn't we? Well, the fourth slate
Ну, и
is the
теперь она сидит на троне и плачет.
we've been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throat. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after...
Так. Не, просто как персонаж игровой она уже владеет гидросилой, но здесь показывалось так, как будто у нее вообще сил нет. Что и вызывает вопросы. Высший гидрофонд. Так. Или первое.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into
Да,
humans.
тут очень много
This might
таких
be the
моментов
reason that
грустных.
Fontanians can dissolve.
Пишет. Сейчас. Так, это мы видели. Дальше. Парящиеся листья. Да без понятия. Ну, вот это.
Perhaps what is about to take place has the true sin of the Hydro Archon and the original sin cast down on the people of...
То есть она и так невиновна всегда. Точнее, виновна всегда. Я оговорилась. Виновна всегда. Так. Последний.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea when the stone
Это имеется в виду. Так.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into the fortress of Mirapede was nearly flooded. If we hadn't dealt with...
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Navia fell into the water and the eruption of the primordial sea. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now. So, but then it feels like
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
We're
Настоящие.
Arcanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon.
Я бы сказала, что они потомки тех.
How only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial
А если они не на 100%, то что происходит?
Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably... That could also explain why the oratories...
The Hydro Archon's true sin?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twist.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, however, while you were able to decode all the information when we were at the ruins, I tried to... Now that the slate collection is complete, I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin in the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the seven, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the...
So you...
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was...
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding
Но тем не менее, у некоторых есть глаз Бога.
The slate's respective positions are a key point of the
Они
visual
уж
on
не
the third
такие уж
slate
грешники.
is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from... The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, you may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of men. Therefore, the mean that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon.
Неужели?
It refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to... In truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
Да, так и есть.
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what,
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fact about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fourth... However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, as for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it. This eruption
Истинная
was just a
причина.
small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause.
Кит. Яшкина мышь. А, кит.
It was both dream and...
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial.
И... Прямо тут. Ну что ж, чел, впечатляет. Конечно, впечатляет. Черт. Туда-обратно.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow.
Пожирает
That is the
энергию
main
моря.
cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
А почему снова книжка появилась-то? Ее нет, то она есть.
Whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in
Ой, я могу. Зачем?
the prophecy? All we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Mm-hmm.
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's
Слишком много
energy before we
энергии.
could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Так нет, не щелкает.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspective. Ultimately, fate.
Она так. А, нет. Сейчас надо думать. Что ты там хочешь? А, нет. Ну и ладно. Дальше вязать.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Furina!
No, I still need answers.
Иногда кажется, как будто здесь будет Кутаил. Интересно. Мгм. Немного напоминает Нахиду.
Sorry.
Что босиком.
That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor. Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro-Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
Почти половину
I
съедал.
spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. I had to outwit the heavenly principles. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume, although looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of... But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria?
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina. She could feel joy,
Да, типа сделал
sorrow,
что-то
and
подобие
everything
куклы.
in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human
Я
in
бы не сказала,
every
что
way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epic.
But Furina is only human. Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to...
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Человеческая копия этой.
It's been 500
Не совсем
years.
кукла, конечно, не
All
совсем
along, she's been
копия,
playing
как
her
Нахида.
part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely.
Серьезно. Почему не главный герой? Одна, мне же легче. Он и быстрее.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration. All right. It is not my intent to
Не смотри
reprimand
на
you.
меня. Смотри на
There is
меня.
no
Что?
need to state your name. Just be off with you.
Еще
Do
там
not
сверху было, не
distract
смотри
me
на
from
меня.
my performance. Oh, do not jest.
Хорошо, пусть свет на сцене погаснет хотя бы на секунду.
I am Fosalor. The
Тогда я
eyes
смогу
of
снова стать
countless
самим собой.
Fontanians are upon me.
Разрушаем фонари. Ой, промахнулась. А, можно выключить.
Audience, the performance is
Я хотела их
experiencing
разрушить
technical
и разбить.
difficulty, but worry not. The guards
Да
shall
блин.
resolve it soon enough.
Блин.
Sharing my knowledge. Stay put.
Да господи. Ненавижу такое. Да ничего не могу сделать. Ёшки, промахнулась. Так.
This is long overdue.
Так, все-таки водичкой намочим. Немножко подлечки. И-
I'm a little low on energy. No
Так,
touching.
только не помирай.
We're way beyond.
Go away.
Grow. Access denied.
Ой, а где она? Все?
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Don't be scared.
For Rex Lapis. Shadows of fate.
This may turn a little. The Temple of Wisdom. Ready, go!
Decided by destiny.
Ай.
Grow. Don't be scared.
Let me scribe.
This may turn a little.
Access denied.
Hey, go away.
Угу. Все. Последний. Нифига не видно. На самом деле, ну, прям впереди очень неприятно сидеть, там вообще ничего не видно. Из-за этой сцены. Серьезно? Просто идти вперед.
Furina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you? Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you. Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be? Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all be dissolved.
Oh.
What's going on?
Yes, it will. And
Это
that is why
прибудем.
I've come to you.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die?
Oh, don't worry. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you...
Oh, so as for the suffering, but if the prophecy will come true, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine...
You truly are. I suppose this would also be the just...
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its high...
Play as a god.
That's right. You must begin. If you can keep it up, then I shall...
But how will I do this? A human...
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into being a human yourself. Remember, you...
I'm still... So, how...
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for... But I promise you, all...
A trial, huh?
Все будет спасибо. Это было типа в прошлом. Я не могу, вообще ничего не могу. Просто нужно идти. Ай, вперед. Ой, могу вот так пойти, могу вот так идти. Ну да. Пустынушку не трогала. Уже 4 часа сижу.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most of... Ladies, I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, in truth, I know little about becoming... As the god Focalor, the god of justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. This... I thought I might stammer, but...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful?
She's
She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen.
Wait, what's going on? Right. Mirror me sat calm down, Furina. Assertive, with a strong Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come on... Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. You may consider my previous act a... Now then!
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we
Я
were...
уже фэн.
It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this fluff. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, we have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer... The scales of justice should not weigh heavy. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our... No, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they... There is... So
Ясно, нужно было выбирать все-таки, а не тыкать. Что так? Ну, заканчивайте уже, заканчивайте. сколько мне там уходить? До 15 еще есть время. Я надеюсь, я управлюсь.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports as well as...
Come now. Was I not? Besides, none of these
if I may be so...
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought.
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too
Мне
seriously.
примерно настолько.
Go now.
Этот суд над ней. О, бежит, бежит, бежит. Нет.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to...
No need to thank me. Oh, all right. Deoteria, is it?
He is doing much better now. In fact...
Да-да-да. Просто дела. Кровать. Нас ждет кровать. Нас же ждет кровать.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. Has...
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did all manner of signs indicate that the...
well, as I understand it...
Really? Have they found...
I'm...
Oh, is that so? The day is finally over. But it's good to see that everything's... Maybe this is fine. Alright, Furina.
И... Но она знает, что она не бог.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary.
There'll be no...
Lady Furina, I've...
Indeed, my dear.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological...
Understood. Keep monitoring. I feel utterly exhausted.
Так-то. Огромный.
Lady Furina, it's... I've heard that the first member of our...
What is...
Are you crying?
Uh-huh. Oh, really now? This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god.
No wonder.
Ну да, понимает.
So interminable.
А вот и слезы, которые мы слышим.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined. Have I reached my limit? I want to tell someone. I've conducted so many investigations. All I can do is keep heart. I must.
Yeah.
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden, although I don't know what you might be keeping.
Share, that's impossible.
But even if you're burdened, just share it with
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from and if Tevat is in its entirety, she's right. I could confide, but if things don't play out as it... No, Furina. But what if it's really all right?
Долго.
You would so... Is it such an outrage if you let this up and
Да-да-да-да.
long and hard? No, I have nothing to... All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance.
Мгм.
fine.
Ай. Такое было файне. Безэмоциональная файне.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive your... She did very well. If she had let her resolve fall, it seems that trusting human...
I believe that I understand. How would you build on this foundation to save the people?
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed... I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all
Она
along.
сама пряталась.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes. Alas, your understand. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device Oh, you have it. And to be more precise,
Только
not only
богиня.
will the Oratrice take down the... I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose? My work over these last 500 years has been to but really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction, the vast majority had to be.
It was all a part of...
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, but only power...
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalor. The destruction of that divine throne.
Returning what's rightfully... In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But...
Oh, what? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more.
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can...
I've never quite seen it that way, you know.
Не.
Hydro Dragon. I must say, had it been within my right, Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea. And that I, for my part, am the god of justice. Speaking of justice, I have always believed that so, if the theft of the primordial seas, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right... In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, defying the prophecy and ensuring that at this point, we, whether it be Iudex Nervillet, the highest judge in our land, when you
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, at last, in the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of... You are a things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be...
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
И... Будь человеком. И она просто человек.
I, Iudex Nervalette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Что-то странно. Она влезла не самый нужный момент.
Has the death sentence been...
Was that bright light some sort of misdirect?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved...
It's time to end this. I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, we should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories
Теперь
no
он
longer
гидрах.
function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast, come with me, traveler. The hour of execution.
Дайте мне уже выключить эту игру. Да вы издеваетесь. Ладно.
I've already done my best to separate the power from the way.
Так.
The size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
Можно было мне хотя бы дать выбор. Ау. Даже не это, не цель. О, цель. Нашла цель. Я потеряла цель. Ай. Так, йо-йо.
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Ёшкин мышь.
Shadows of fate. Born of ice and frost.
Это надолго. Давай я понижу. Подтвердить. Так будет быстрее. Да будем сейчас ковырять его. О! А может я так и оставлю? Я даже могу сменить это отряд. Все, пока. Нет, завтра я продолжать это не буду. Я могу. Я даже могу уйти. Я даже могу уйти. Ну все, я тогда до понедельника оставлю. Завтра просто буду смотреть видосики и вязать. Эх, да, все, пока. Уже скоро идти к учителю. За Ленку объясняться. Да, она у меня двойки получает. Все. Пока-пока. Все, что пришел. Так, все, тогда выключаю. Все, пока-пока.